Thokozani. Welcome to Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Short name, it's AB4IR. Welcome to our center. It's an honor that you have joined us to be part of this blessed event. Welcome once more to our event, Heritage Reimagined Forum 2024, hosted by AB4IR. This event is in celebration of Heritage Month. We are celebrating our heritage, and we are also celebrating where we come from. We are celebrating our roots. So we as AB4RR, we saw the need that we host this event so that we further celebrate this important month. And also an important part of it is to celebrate the two systems that we have been involved in, which is the Indigenous Knowledge System, which forms part of our roots and where we come from, and also collaborating with the technology that has been emerging over the years. I would like to introduce myself. I am Kensani Nshalati Nkuna, also known in my traditional capacity as Ubaba Makepula. So today I'm wearing two hats. I'm wearing a traditional hat. I'm a traditional healer. And I'm also wearing another hat where I am representing the organization as the business development manager. Thank you. It is an honor today to host our guests. And also, we have different guests across different organizations from ICT industries, and also we have experts and our knowledge communities that have been involved within the indigenous knowledge industry. Welcome to the youth. Welcome to all the people that are coming from the surrounding areas of Mabopane and to other areas that are outside our facility. And the purpose of this event, the reason why we are here, it's to have discussions of indigenous knowledge systems and artificial intelligence, focusing on these powerful frameworks to address pressing challenges that are faced by our communities today. The event will further focus on exploring how AI can be enriched by our cultural wisdoms of indigenous communities to address key challenges that are faced by various industries, particularly environmental sustainability, agriculture, and data preservation. This is an important platform. It's to bring together these two intelligences. When I refer to two intelligences, I'm referring to the indigenous knowledge intelligence. I'm also referring to the artificial intelligence. These two frameworks or systems, our aim is to have collaborative discussions to impact and also find ways of solving pressing global issues and pressing issues that are affecting our communities within our beautiful nation. And my beautiful guests, we have a lineup of interesting discussions where we're going to unpack the collaboration of these mentioned systems. We will have a program. You'll see we have placed programs on the table where on these programs we will have master classes, and on these master classes we will unpack the roles of these individual systems. So we will have discussions and presentation on Indigenous knowledge and on artificial intelligence. And then we'll also have a panel of discussions where these discussions we have our distinguished guests from different industries, from your ICT industries to our traditional holders, our traditional healers, those that have been involved in the indigenous knowledge system environment. So on these panel discussions, that's when our panel will have discussions on the impact of tech in IKS and AI. My beautiful guests, you'll notice whilst during the program, I will refer to IKS, that's the short name of Indigenous Knowledge System, and also refer to AI as short for artificial intelligence. I think also to also share the history that comes from collaborations that had happened previously. Indigenous knowledge has been from inception, from our ancestors, and then technology came along. And I think we tend to have challenges where at times we feel that there's no merge of these systems, but this has happened way back in the days. I will start by giving an example. I think most of us sitting here, we are wearing garments, and most of us are wearing cotton garments. And IKS and tech, it comes from there where we have had cotton plants, and these cotton plants were transferred by our elders to make cotton materials. They were woven by our ancestors in order for them to have material, a cotton material. But then technology emerged, and then we were able to have machines to be able to weave and to knit these cotton plants with the aim of having a cotton material. And today, most of us are having garments, though our garments have designs, but it comes from a cotton plant. So that is one of those examples. And also a bit of history sharing. A usual medicine that we usually take is an aspirin. I think as most of us, we use it when you have a headache. The aspirin has a history to it. The aspirin, it was first discovered by indigenous knowledge people. They utilized the bark of the willow tree. And that is a medicine that they used to drink whenever they would headaches or they would have pains. And then that's when technology came in, and today we have an aspirin. Medicinal, this willow tree, it has medicinal properties, and it's still, even today, recognized, especially within the ecosystem. And this was a knowledge that was shared by our people. So it's just to show that IKS has been there and knowledge has been. So I think as part of the discussions today, it's to find ways of how we can merge these two systems so that knowledge is preserved, and it's preserved for our youth, so that it just doesn't vanish, but we are able to preserve it. I think the most important part is to preserve it. In the interest of time, we will then dive into the program. But once more, welcome. And I wish and hope that you are able to enjoy today's event, and you are able to also benefit from today's discussion. The aim of this event as well is to have open discussions where we're able to interact and to also share knowledge, to share ideas amongst us as participants. I will just also mention house rules also, or for other attendees, just to be clear. We have bathrooms on your left, and then we also have bathrooms on the other side. We also have our team members. I think if they can raise their hands if you need any form of assistance, please shout out so that we are able to address. Here are our distinguished team members. So if you need anything, you are free to reach out. May it be a blessed and a fruitful event. To proceed then with the program, we will have an opening and welcoming, which will be conducted by our board chairperson, Ntate Ramateu Mufokeng Munyokolo. He will then welcome our guests. Our chairperson has been with the organization since inception. He will then welcome the guests. Thank you, Ntate.
Dumelang le kae? They wrote a speech for me. I'll confess later on who wrote this speech for me. So I'm supposed to read the speech to see if you can relate with it. Then I'll make my speech again. Ladies and gentlemen and esteemed guests, respected elders and knowledge keepers who are here, it is our honor to welcome you to this groundbreaking conference of AB4IR, where we gather to explore the dynamic interaction of IKS and artificial intelligence. Today, we acknowledge the rich cultural heritage and traditional wisdom of indigenous communities, not only in our country, but worldwide. We recognize the significance of IKS in shaping our understanding of the world and its intricate relationships. As we embark on this journey, we ask ourselves, how can AI learn from indigenous knowledge system? How can we co-create AI solutions that respect and honor indigenous knowledge cultures? How can we ensure IKS informs AI development, fostering inclusive and contextual innovation? The conference provides a platform for us on the following: knowledge sharing, that is exploring IKS-inspired AI applications and innovations. 2, collaboration, fostering partnership between indigenous knowledge system and communities, researchers, and AI developers. Capacity building as a third one, developing AI skills within indigenous communities. Through keynote addresses, panel discussions, and workshops that we'll be delving into today, IKS-inspired AI frameworks will be dealt with, cultural sensitivity, AI ownership will be dealt with, data sovereignty and ownership, AI-driven preservation of indigenous languages and cultural heritage. We are grateful for the presence of indigenous leaders, scholars, experts who will share their insights and experience. Together, let us challenge dominant AI narratives, center indigenous voices and perspectives, co-create a more inclusive AI future. Thank you for joining us on this transformative journey. This speech was written by AI, not me. I didn't write the speech. I just wrote on my phone, write me a speech on AI interaction with IKS. And that's the speech that it wrote. Isn't that powerful? And AI talks about its self-respecting indigenous knowledge system. Isn't that more interesting? As it was said that my name is Ramateo Monyokolo Kimofukeng. I'm told that we come from Egypt, the Nile Valley River. That's where we come from. I'm not a South African. If you can call me Ligwera Gwera, it's fine with me because I'm not from here. My people were also part of the building of the pyramids in Sudan and Egypt. I was talking to one of the colleagues, he was not even aware that there are more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt. The reason why Egypt is promoted is because it's occupied by Asians, not Africans. Africans live on the periphery of the cities, yet they are the indigenous people of Egypt. And my people came to the south via the east of Africa. Kenya, Kisutu, they pass Kenya, Kisutu. If you go to Kenya, you find people with names like Lesego. They cannot believe it, doctor. If you go to Zambia, on the Zambian side, Victoria Falls is called what? Who knows what it's called? It's called Musiwa Tunya in Zambia. My people, Bafokeng, we have our land there in Zambia. During the war of resistance, they tried to go back to the east. Some of them settled along the Zambezi River. They met with the Bahurutsi and they called their language. If you Google now and you say how to speak Lozi, and you put Sotho, mixed with Setswana and a bit of Sihurutsi. So that's where I come from. I'm not a South African. So you don't call me Ligwarakwa, but even if you do, I'm an African. I come from the east of Africa. We are the founders of the world. Everybody originates from Africa. We don't have millennium deficiency as Africans because we are the original people. So don't always be proud of who you are because you're an original person. Everybody else comes from us. Whether you are a Chinese, whether you are a European, whether it doesn't matter where you come from, you are a descendant of Africans. So start being proud of ourselves. So as we go through this process today, what we also building is to build self-consciousness, self-knowledge, self-pride as Africans, not black. We are the only people in this world who are called by color. Other people are called by their continents. Whites are not called whites. They are called Europeans or Americans. But Africans, they don't call us Africans. We are called what? Black. I'm not black. I'm nothing black in me. I'm brown. But then I'm African because I originate from here in Africa. People don't know that we used to have a king in England who was an African. They don't know that we had a king in the US, in particular, in the southern part of the US, who was an African in Jamaica. Know your history. You cannot do anything if you don't know who you are. You must first know who you are, and your spirituality will develop because you know where you come from. If you on a base, you are going to fall. You are welcome. I thought I should give that opening remark. Thanks so much for being here. I hope you enjoy.
Thank you, Ntate Ramateu, re lebogela your wisdom. We are thankful of the knowledge that he has shared. We are truly thankful. And we'll then move on to our next speaker, the CEO of AB4IR. Please join us, Miss Ingrid Wagamhlophe. She will give us background of AB4IR and also the background of the event. Welcome, Mme.
Kwaze kwadlalwa ngami ngimncane. Ninjani? Lotshani? Ninjani? Then I'll say good morning. Because if I did the rest, it would be a problem. Ngegama uIngrid wakwamhlophe. Ngingumakoti wakwamhlophe. Wamhlophe omdukazi onyathela umsuthu omuhle. Ngokuzalwa ngizalwa kwaMasombuka ngindebele. uMasombuka umkoneli ijali isithimbi lesigevasa. Ngisizukulwane sakaMahlangu umgwezana ehosheni eminyama amanya yakhanya. By that, I've just introduced myself. I've did a bit of my clan names. By marriage, ngingwakwamhlophe, kodwa ekhaya kwaMasombuka amndebele. And then ekhethe emkhulu wami ekhaboma kwaMahlangu. Nami ngingwebukhosini, but my chairperson has just alluded to ukuthi sonke singiba kwaMufukeng. I am a Mufukeng. Right, Chair? Okay, so I'm here to share a bit about who AB4R is for those who might not know. AB4R is a digital innovation, incubation, and technology hub that was founded on the basis of bridging the digital, gender, and racial divide that is so apparent in the communities that which we are services, and those would be marginalized communities. And we offer multiple services from business incubation to technical upskilling or reskilling, even skilling of individuals that which we support. We are targeting NEET youth. NEET would be anyone that is not in education, training, or not in education, employment or training, pardon me. And that would be the youth that we are targeting. It could be that you are someone that is a graduate, or you are not a graduate, you only have a matric, or even you don't have matric, but you are not employed. That is the youth that we are targeting. But we are also targeting women from the initiatives that we do. We have a program called Umbokoda. Umbokoda is a word that is derived from Imbokodo, encoding. So from that initiative, we have multiple programs that come from it, which are all derived to help women to be more involved in the ICT space, because in ICT, there is fewer females that are involved within the sector. So we are also advocating for there to be more females in the ICT sector. And we also have multiple programs. There's Kid Coders that is currently taking place in Garangua, which is a program that caters to kids between the ages of 10 and 15, where we offer coding skill, robotics, and more, that which we offer as AB4IR. So what we do, yes, we're an ICT incubator, which most people know about that, but we are advocating for there to be more SMMEs in gaming, animation, virtual reality, and drones, which is why if you can see with our walls, everything is mostly art, because we are an animation incubator. And with that, I've just explained AB4IR in a nutshell. As to what the event is about, the Heritage Reimagined Forum. Our MC has already done the most. She has explained, given the background about this event. But the aim of it with our theme is to have Indigenous Knowledge Systems meet artificial intelligence. And what do we mean by that, one might be wondering. If it was up to me, I'd say it means having ugogo Maweni, and use Gogo Maweni, someone who's famous for everyone to understand what I'm saying. Mangitu Gogo. I would have ugogo Maweni maybe explaining ukuthi uma sesebenzisa umuthi, mixing medicine in the sense, this is where we get that knowledge. This is how the information gets to me. And then we have someone who is like one of our guest speakers, or Dr. Togo, who will be explained about him in a little bit. We want the likes of him to come and say, no. Yes, I'm IKS, which is Indigenous Knowledge Systems, but this is how the technology of it comes about. You are making a mistake. You're not even measuring that medication. Do you know that? You're just taking it, not even clean. This is how we do it in the scientific side. We test, is the grass good enough? Is it clean? Is it this? Is it that? And then I want to see manje coming back or Romkulu and saying no. When you clean it, you are removing a certain mineral. That is what I'm hoping we would get to hear today. If not, it should just be something along those lines. The one more part I'm hoping we would hear, the flying part. Oh, Gogo, no Mkulu, please. We have aeroplanes on the tech side. If you have the knowledge as to how they make Gogo can fly at night, the likes of those are things that we are hoping. Because if you look at it, IKS started AI a long time ago. I don't know how true it is that Gogo Nomkulu via flyer at night. I don't know how true that is, but if it's true, can you imagine what that means now when you look at it as an aeroplane? It all started emandulo. It all started back in the days, if you look at it in that context. We were given an example in regards to cotton as to how back in the olden days, people that are more knowledgeable were making garment. We then decided, no, let's make machines. Let's remove the labor part of it. It's still the same thing. We've just advanced IKS, but where did it all begin? It all began with IKS before we can get to the 4IRs, even those that came before 4IR, which then comes the artificial intelligence. How did the PC know how to write? How did AI know how to write my Shepherdson speech? There was an IKS behind it that gave the AI the knowledge. So it all begins with a human being, with whatever knowledge that we have, and then we advance it. With our qualifications, then what we do, we technify pretty much everything. And with that, I'd love to welcome you all, and I hope you will all enjoy the forum. Let us all be engaging. Let us ask questions. No question is a dumb question. No question is something that should not be asked. Unless you ask, you wouldn't know what the answer is to the question. So mayishisa ikhulume. Ngaloko ngiyabonga mina intombi yamsuthu. Thank you.
Of our organization, and also a brief background of this event. We are thankful. Colleagues will, I think as Madam CEO has indicated, that let us be free, let us have that platform where we have, those discussions where we discuss these two systems as indicated earlier on. And I think also to add to the essence of this event, Indigenous knowledge, it's, it's deeply rooted. It's deeply rooted from the beautiful culture that we have. Our old traditions. We grew up with traditions that we follow in our individual households. We have different traditions, and I think we are truly blessed as we are a diverse country. And so as part of this knowledge, we need also to celebrate these traditions. We also need to celebrate our language. I think it's of importance to embrace the beautiful languages that we have in our country. And I speak on maybe as a parent, as a mother, that is of importance as us as parents to promote our language. Promoting it, I'm referring to our individual households. It's of importance. I know we are trying, to use, I would say, English. English fluent English, but I think at the same time we are forgetting our roots, because sometimes we have problems where our kids, they only know English. Their grandparents, it's a problem. Now our mothers have to now babu skoa because our kids babu English. So it's something that we need to talk about, Hore. As much as we are promoting this other language, we also need to promote our regions, our language, and even our kids, the upcoming youth, by their origins, and they should know where they come from. I always practice kontung, even with relatives, that we need to know our regions by having a family tree. And whilst we still have parents who are still alive or our grandparents, it's also important to know where you come from. Family tree, it's an English word, but it helps to be able to track horo otswakai. It's something that we should keep on practicing. We are known, as I indicated, we are known by our culture. We are known for singing. We are known by dancing. You have seen our CEO, Nakitamo. This is who we are. This is how we celebrate our heritage. And also, back in the olden days, our grandparents, your traditional healers, they used to, they were using medicines, not the modern medicines that we use today, but there were medicines which they would get mudikaring, which today some of us are still practicing it, but it's medicinal lowering. Our forefathers, our grandparents have been using it for the longest time. It has helped them. So we need also to promote that knowledge. And as Madam CEO has indicated, that knowledge now it's transferred into the scientific world. Though I know most traditional healers are not open to such discussions, and as they feel that it might affect properties, it might affect the knowledge that they have. So it's things that we need to talk about. It's things that we need to celebrate. With COVID taught us to go back to our roots. I think most of us in this room, we were so scared. Most of us, we were scared. Lingala ne scarce. And it was expensive because everybody was either steaming, was either drinking lingala, because of the medicinal properties it has. It has been there, but it's just that we were accustomed to the modern days where we forgot your natural herbs, your natural remedies that we can use. And it helped a lot of people. They were able to protect from the disease that there is so many of our family members. So I think in COVID has taught us, Hore, let's go back to our roots, and not only for that period, to also continue using medicinal plants or medicinal remedies. Not to take much of the time, I think just so that I prepare the next guest, it's to also share that, the indigenous knowledge, it ranges from various parts of knowledges. It includes agricultural, it includes medicinal. Those are the ones that I have mentioned. It includes spirituality. Spirituality now, it's good that we're able to see, youth. We are able to see more of our generation embracing their culture, embracing their traditional knowledge. We now then we have discussions where most people are saying, why he matsatsing a nkare go tletse dingaka? Back in the olden days, we knew traditional healers, they were not that open, more our communities. But from my side, I see it as positive. It's to show that the young people out there are embracing their traditionals, their traditions, and they are following footsteps of their forefathers and ancestors. Let's also promote cultural knowledge. Thank you. We will then dive into our next speaker. As I indicated earlier on, we will have 2 masterclasses where we unpack the role of IKS and AI. So our next speaker will give us a bit of background in terms of the role of IKS. We are honored to be joined by Me Sipogasi Simandla from company Bogulunga Systems. Me Sipogasi Simandla has been with the organization. She has provided us with so much support in terms of entrepreneurial support and also as a guest. And we are honored for her to join us. Please welcome Me Simandla. Thank you. Okay. Check, check.
Check.
Okay. Can we have some melody whilst we're welcoming Me?
More,
Mara.
more me fro, more me scat. You can see the mix that would want me to say Huye more, ne?
Yes.
Okay, claiming heritage. Asithokoze,
Thokozani.
Qamakwini. Ugogo Nomvula lo. Kwezinye indawo basho mabengibiza.
Thokoza.
Bathi ngilethe imvula.
Ah,
Dumajola. Mpondomse. Uqengeba. Tholo Mthwakazi. Silosa kulovukuza umbethe. Mfazi omncancisa ibele ngapha komlambo. Ndimngelo. Ndiyazalwa kosukwini, ndiyazalwa kolawo, ndiyazalwa kuDibashi. Sisibongo sakulo baba leso. Umakhulu wami nguZikhali, ubutsolo bentonga. Ndiqhubekeke
yeah.
manimapha.
Mm.
Absolute pleasure being invited today. Kept me awake. I've been up since 2:30. You know, when you have to do a master class, you prepare something and then something wakes you up. Galesa skhathi sokuthandaza. People would know 3 a.m. time. Ukuthi yokwenzani. And I was like, angizwa ningilayiteli ngalayitha ngavuka ngalayitha zonke ezilayitwayo. Ngathi asihlaleni ke bomkhulu nisho. What am I supposed to be saying here? It's not it's a very mixed conversation because IKS from a concept is a mental conversation, but you can't talk indigenous and not talk spiritual and be an African child and not touch on your soul. So it's a very mixed bag. So I've been doing this since 2:30. Yabhala ngesingesi. Funeka ngihlale ngimamele ngesiXhosa. Phinde ngizama utranslate bathi mangithini. So that is the one challenge we find when we're going to talk about IKS and AI. Because my one challenge with AI is that it's a mental exercise. Something came to mind. There's a closer word called Uze, which is UZE. Now, closer being colorful. Never when I was on TikTok, but drama and generally bebodwa. They've just got closers have got drama for days. I can say it, I'm one of them. But there's a sentence called Uze. 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 Spelled all of it the same word. UZE, UZE, UZE. Uze. This is now an expression you must. Uze. Come. Uze naked. Now, AI, that for me. Let's see AI try and try to do that interpretation. It's all in the tone. Whether it's pronounced up, whether the tongue sits uze. Can you see I'm climbing higher? Uze. Uze. Languages in African languages are not just about English is flat. All African are not about tones. There was we should have find this line when they did their name called Kulula, and we called it Kulula.
Yeah.
Guni people would understand. Kulula means take off your clothes.
Yes.
Kulula means it's easier. And they had that ad that was called kulula.com. All of us were like, no, we ain't taking off Jack. Now again, interpretation. AI today is in English. That's the first barrier for me. And for AI to learn plus 11 languages with their dialects, it's not just the languages, dialects as well. So today for me, I'm not holding my breath or worried about AI and in terms of indigenous knowledge systems, because it will probably take it another good 50 to 100 years before it can actually, if it ever does. Because understand, language evolves. Have you seen how KZN Zulu people mock Joburg Zulu people? Tones, dialect. UmZulu waseThekwini nowakwaNongoma umzwe esaqala ukukhuluma. Xhosa person, you find a speciality, you get languages that are not registered. For an example, Amampondo, which are a mix between Xhosa and Zulu. And they have got their own view of life. But special, we don't talk about special people, Pondo people are special. Which is, and they're not, it's not like they're on the corner over there. Winnie Mandela was Mpondo. Our current minister for small business development, Stella Ndabini, is Mpondo. So there's plenty. So I'm not talking is, but they've also got a view of life, and they've got terms and languages which have not even captured. Now try and AI that. I'm only talking language. I haven't gone on to indigenous knowledge in terms. So I wanted to first paint a picture in terms of scenarios that are there, and also the boogeymen that we've made AI to almost be like, as if it will be once, what do they call it? It will wash everything, which is not the context from what I think. But where for me the caveat sits, and I'll go into I had prepared some slides, I'll go to them now, but I'm just laying context of where my headspace is at, is that indigenous people, which is us, all of us in the room here, have an opportunity to capture the indigenous knowledge, which we haven't even done half or justice to it so far. And in capturing it, how we introduce ourselves to technology. And I'm saying technology as a whole, because I think for me, before there is AI, there needs to be data management. Before there is data management, we need to have storage. Before there is storage, there needs to be connectivity. Am I going through the OZ model properly? Technical people. So that all of those things, once they happen, then we can try and be intelligent and we can be artificial about it. But if we haven't even connected and we haven't stored it somewhere, and then when you store, media people will tell you about cataloging. I was looking at now I feel like going into that presentation. I'm going to hop you around. Please accept my apology in advance, or you're a star. So my introduction is, before we go in there, my academic background is in engineering, electrical, and almost bred and brought up in a technical environment. So I've done motor mechanic, I've done woodwork, I've done fitting and turning, and then I rested on electronics many moons ago. So that would tell you that systems, my upbringing has been in a systems environment. Now, and understanding that, I had declared that by the time I turned 30, I would have cut out my million. I tried. I won't tell you whether I reached it or not at that age. But now we are told go to school, or they say first go to school, then if it's girls, they say don't get pregnant, and then finish school, and zonke lezinto azibaleki. That's what they normally say. They're not going anywhere. When you are old, then you can start living your life. But we have had a disjointed spiritual journey where these things have had to force themselves into our lives and insert themselves. So I don't know whether the indigenous knowledge, whether we have actually done a justice of actually growing up with it intentionally. We have assumed that our grandmothers will live forever, and they haven't. Now, if I were to say to you now, I'm guessing in the room, there is no one less than 20, is there? I'm excusing us to this conversation. But ideally, give you another 10 years or so, I'm already in that league. I mean, you know, when they say you're going to do vote of thanks, then you must know it's done. You know, you're a Rahati through and through. You are the elder. You are there. You're not even doing opening. You're doing vote of thanks. No, it's done. So already when I go to family functions, I wear a scarf and carry a duke because I know somewhere someone is going, or say open up in prayer. No, they want to dignify the event with you. So they say, so they will ask you to, you know, almost, and now you must stand with dignity. You can't just come and be vosho, you know. And knowing what to do is informed by the fact that I watched my mother, I watched my grandmother, I watched my great-grandmother. Luckily, my family lives to about 90 years. We push 80, we go past 80 easily. Between 80, 85, about they're going on 90, touch and go. But it becomes important as indigenous knowledge at the moment is most of it is not captured in black and white. It's a storytelling and word of mouth passed on that we have these conversations. Because if you probably don't hear it from me, us the elders here will be held to account that we didn't share. You know, when they walk in, they say, who was the old person that was in the room? When a young person does something wrong, but siyambona lo, uyingane, so we'll excuse him. But tell us who's the adult here, because Yena will hold him to account. You should have known better. You are that generation that is now coming after us, which must know better. And if you haven't taken the liberty to learn the know better part, then you're in trouble. If you don't know is takazelo, the family. If you don't know when a child gets sick, what you should be doing first. If you are in a family that slaughters and goes into the crawl, and when you rock up wearing shorts, ne vest la, and you don't even know the attire, and you then don't know how to then conduct yourself, you need to associate yourself quickly with people who can. Now, as I'm saying, this journey becomes a mixed one because, again, I don't know to what extent we will document how you slaughter a cow and whether AI has got room there. So right through between 2:30 and 5:30, I just got more pictures of things that are actually indigenous knowledge for me. When I went through a process, which was about 5 years ago, there's an element of, if you are gifted in dreams, that AI can't do for me, even if I were to tell it. So there's spaces that AI can do, whether they're going to record songs or work on his speech, but there are spaces that will still remain off limits. In the same way that AI can work with automation, but some of the human elements, it cannot quite do in detail as you will do as a human being. And that for me would be to say to, assuming that you've got a mixed bag of being technical and having an interest in culture, that technical people need to an extent document some of these things. There's also the risk that some of us were not raised by our parents. We cannot deny colonization. We cannot deny apartheid and still want to talk knowledge systems of South Africa. Our knowledge systems have been bastardized. So now we have to play a filtering exercise of trying to figure out which one came with the missionaries. The other time, Ubabu, I'll remember his name now, was explaining the term Makoti. And he was saying the term Makoti comes from a Dutch and a German reference that means mark on steer. Makoti, mark on steer. Now take that to the bank. So it means that before we even AI it, we need to actually change it. So there is, whether you are in AI or just in tech or interested in knowledge systems, for me, I think there is a filtering exercise we first need to do. There's that washing machine we need to do of some of these things and check which one of them are actually true to us. Which ones did we inherit and which ones we've found over time. In the circles that I sit in, you find Izangoma heavily on their bottles of drinking, and especially the ones on their bottle. And people shy away from umkombot. Now it's again the debate, should it be this one more and less the other one? It's not just them. Any functions that we do that is cultural, if you want a case that go up the wall against, you want to in that main room where the key stays here. Again, I'm talking about observation and storytelling. And this is how indigenous knowledge gets passed on. So what I'm asking of you as I'm sharing my information is to apply a filter also of what I'm sharing. Because some of the things that I'm sharing, you might have to validate them for yourself. I'm not talking for the whole of South Africa. I'm probably going to talk in the spectrum of, I'll say, Nguni, relatively. But if it doesn't apply in a Sepedi culture, if it doesn't apply in another one, filter it. If it makes sense, also, we have, one of the things that apartheid did for us was to create zombified people. Let me qualify the statement. It's people who accept anything they are given. So their spirits are not alive in them. You know, Christians talk about discernment. You must be able to discern that whatever comes to you, you can be able to separate it. And you know what works for you and what doesn't. Have you had that inclination when someone says, hey, let's go somewhere, and something tells you not to go? Where does that information come from? He's pointing here. Where else? Where do we hear the information from? From? I'm going to need a mic again if there's a second. Cold feet. Omunya. Can we have the in the gut? He's saying diaphragm. So does the diaphragm talk in the gut? Does it have a mouth? There's someone writing. Mic. Right here. Brown jacket.
I think it depends on how you receive information. You can receive it through any of your senses, be it hearing or seeing or feeling.
So arguably, we are agreeing that more than the vocal voice, there's another form of a speaker. So you're hearing it somewhere. Maybe you hear it in the ear, maybe you're hearing it on the nail. Yes, that.
To my experience, I do believe it's the inner voice is our ancestors. Everybody got his own guardian angel. Everybody can hear the voice. Everybody can hear the sixth sense. It's all up to us to hear it. Some say we just ignore it. For example, like the mama says, maybe you are going on the road. You decided to turn left, and then the inner voice say turn right. That means on your left hand side there was supposed to be maybe an accident or incident or whatever, but they are avoiding you to go on that route. So that voice, if you listen it, your life will be much easier.
Thank you. Thank you. So it means that continuously there is an education and there is a form of communication beyond the physical. Okay, are we agreeing on that? So I'm just laying some fundamentals here, and I wanted to remind you of things you already know. Because sometimes when someone is told that someone is going to be doing a master class, the assumption is that I'm going to bring something new. Newsflash, you already know what I'm going to talk about. Because your own learning, your own life experiences, your own upbringing has given you you are the indigenous, by the way, there's no other. If we're talking about indigenous in South Africa, this is it. We make the sample of the room. But what's more for me important is us being able now to wake up to it, is the awareness and increased awareness every day to the things that matter and to the things that make sure that the information that we keep, we know about it and we have a level of awareness of what to do and not to do. Can we switch to the presentation? I'm already halfway through the presentation, by the way. So I'm going to highlight some of the things that I'm pleading to the room. And if something jumps at you, this is not a lecture. We're having this together. If I were to have had this differently, we would have changed the chairs and done a circle. What is the difference to when you have a conversation, a circle, and when you have it in a school setup in that lining system? What's the difference of energy in the room?
Alignment.
Yebo.
Conveyance of information.
Conveyance of information.
In terms of getting fast and also circulating quick.
Okay. And with communication, what's the biggest part between voice, body, and I think there's another thing. The body communicates the most, more than the voice. So when I take away the obstacle between you and I get to transmit my energy to you. And similarly, I can be able, now I'm going to talk about something else. So the Ngunis talk about Sanbonani. Why is it a plural when you're talking to an individual, seemingly?
Ka Sotho ke dumelang, so motho ha tsamaya le mona le batho ba tsamayang le bona ba o sa ba bone.
Awesome. So Africans long knew that all of us were they and them. The they and them hasn't come with the alphabet. We've long been knowing that if mauhamba, auhambe uiwan, and therefore we'll address you an individual but address you on the plural. And that is why sometimes people say, if you're not scared of me, sabalabang hamba nabo, because you don't know who am I with. So if you're bigger and you've already totaled me, good, I'm 2 out of 10. relatively okay, physical eye. But you don't know that if you irritate me or you make me cry, kunabantu engihamba nabo, the underground crew. It can be also the above crew. We are crewed, we are in between. There's under and above. So again, as I said, for me, I can't talk indigenous systems and not talk spirituality. On the same vein that I can't talk about in indigenous systems and not talk about the environment. So now you can switch for me. I want to go somewhere to a slide here. Who celebrated the New Year? When?
1 of September, 1st of September.
23rd of September. Talk to me. I'm gonna just throw you off this.
The New Year, which me myself, I ought to celebrate. I ought to have celebrated. Well, it's not yet have arrived. I have not yet arrived. It's the end of summer, which is Eid. I'm a Muslim, but by the way, the festival for a New Year is end of September, which is the 30th of September. Yes.
Accepted? Someone else, yes, sir.
Yeah, Ronaka Sud, as Mufukeng. Our year starts on the 1st of August. That's why this season is called Silemo, which is the beginning of the year. Thank you.
1st of August. It's the beginning of the year. It's the summer, spring. The slim. Okay. All right.
What we call Africa Day, that's my New Year. September. I forgot the date exactly. 23. Yes, 23rd. Yeah.
Okay. Someone else said 1st of September somewhere. Do you want to tell me more? And there's no right or wrong here. We are around the fire here. Virtual fire. Can you see the fire there in the middle? It's a virtual fire.
Dumela. The reason why I said I celebrate on the 1st of September, it is what I was taught to say on the 1st of September. That's when the year begins, and you will also see how trees behave. Yeah, but so because I'm acknowledging other people, so between the 1st of September and also going to the 23rd of September, that is what I've studied, and I'm seeing that there's growth.
Okay.
Springs.
And the 1st of January, where is it? Where does it come from? Can someone defend 1st of January? This is saying it's colonization. Maringe first sube, you guys are right there with your savannas on your head.
I'm gonna try my best to defend the 1st of January. Ne? Everyone, we are different, like we've got different beliefs and so forth. So got the 1st of January, it's a universal agreement or no, this is the day we all agree hori is gonna be the new year. So it makes sense for school, it makes sense for business, it makes sense for everyone involved, including like football events or whatever. So hence why we have to all agree on a certain date, or you know what? Let's all agree on the 1st of January or in New Year, so we can all move forward so the world can work. Because like if we all have our own New Year days and want them to be acknowledged, what are you gonna have a lot of stop and goes?
On our side, the one thing that we've come to terms with is that it's part of the Roman Catholic, rather the Roman calendar, which is how they then became, it was the birth of one of Julius Caesar's sons. That's how it became the 1st of January and all of a sudden it's the new year. Once that happened, people then forgot that there's only I think it's 9 months in total, and each one has its own specific amount of days, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. If you can switch back for me. So for me, when now if you can follow my thinking trend, I started off with the human being and I spoke to the spirit and we spoke to the soul and how we connect. So I'm shifting a bit, I'm moving to time now. Because if you don't know what time it is and you can't define time for you, then it's going to be difficult for you to plan. If you don't know that it's winter and you show up wearing the bum shorts, you're definitely applying to go to hospital and be sick. If you know that it's summer, and I mean, Abasutu never got it right with their blankets. and I'm only saying it as a kind joke, is getting it. But you need to dress up for the event, which means that it's important for you to know where you're at, because it will define what activities you take, and also knowing what season you're in informs how you then behave. If Indigenous is important to you, then the environment also becomes important to you. Chairperson started off talking about Nile River when he was introducing himself, where they come from. Did you realize that he first mentioned one of the elements of life, water? African people always reference by elements of life. We've always been around water. I said we have got a virtual fire here, another element of life. So Africans or indigenous people are never separate from the environment. In fact, the environment assists us in informing our thoughts, in informing the team. It even assists us in building houses. We've always built houses close to where the water is. The whole migration, most of it was informed by two things: availability of water and fights. Those two things then created, people started migrating from the Nile all the way from the north to the south of Africa. Was informed either you were running away from someone that wanted to kill you, or where you were there was drought and you were told there's another river down there and you were looking for the next water so that you are able to feed your cattle. So I've just put in here food for thought. Do your own research. A comparison. By the way, Ethiopia has got a different calendar and it applies it. It's got 13 months, not even 12. This is the sun that you see here. This is in Mpumalanga. But Indalo. Let me find the right name. Indalo Yelanga. I'll get the right. Someone help me? That one there. This is the alignment at the moment where they talk about the equinox, because the calendars that we have are predominantly set up for Northern Hemisphere. So hence we've struggled for the longest time to define Christmas, because Christmas had snow and we didn't have snow. So we had to find a Christmas version that is ours, which we've still struggled with, because it was the break time and all the things that we see on TV would then be snow. So I've just put on a sample of about 3 types. We've got the one that was spoken of, the Gregorian calendar, which was set up by the Roman Church at around 1582. Now the Ethiopian calendar was done, I think it is 452 AD. So the Ethiopian calendar is actually older than the Gregorian calendar. And by the way, when they count years, if you go to Ethiopia today, their calendar tells them it's 2016, not 2024. So what am I saying to you? Time is relative. And there are different worldviews out there. Just because someone said to you, this bottle is clear or this label is blue, it is blue relative to what we've defined to be colors. Elsewhere, this could be yellow. So start questioning the things you are defined to be your normal. Because your normal was defined by somebody else to be normal, and then they passed it on to you. And they've made it your indigenous knowledge or your worldview. Let me use that rather. So when you get time, look at the Kimit, or what they call the African calendar, which celebrated its new year last week, Saturday. So strangely, I posted another group, Happy New Year. And everyone was like, what? We must start talking about these things. The reason for that, it is aligned to the sun and the equinox and the rotating of Earth around the sun and the moon. So the alignment of it is based again to the elements of life. So I wanted to talk to that. Sanbonani, I'm back to that word. Have you realized how much the indigenous is based on collective and the Eurocentric is based on individualism? Have you seen when someone says, I did this, I did that, I did this, which makes it even difficult for marriages to operate. Because I paid for this. This is my car. You were not working for 2 years, so I paid for this. Not considering that you might lose your job and the other person might be working for the next 5. So one of the things, again, which lends itself as a complexity for AI to contextualize is the fact that we speak from a collective point. And AI, coming from a Western view, speaks from a singular. Have you seen how Africans are happy have you seen how much your mother or your grandmother is happy when you're graduating? You've seen how as if they are the ones also on the certificate. Why do they do that? It's in the collective. Makufunde wena. Because bimali yethu sonke la endlini that paid for your fees. So we are hoping that when you graduate, you'll come back and be able to help all of us here at home. And then this is where now I agree with Uncle Gwede when he talks about clever blacks. And then we want to talk about and say black families have got black tax, but you were a beneficiary first. Now, when it's your turn to be the funder, you start saying it's black tax. It can't be indigenous knowledge to call being African black tax. It's black tax if you're individualistic and you've got a Eurocentric view. So if you look at it, individualism, communal outlook, everything then must be written and signed. Black people didn't sign before. If you spoke the word, it was enough. Because your word was your honor. Now, cheeky people come back and say, where did I sign? Because people have stopped being honorable, having an individual view of life, knowledge of the environment, water, what. So generally, I always keep, my training puts me in such a way that I understand the power of having light. So my candles at home, when I go to bed, they stay on if I know I'm ushering in a new day. And it must find me there. Times to wake up and times to sleep. Whether your context is in Christian or either way, or Muslim, you would know what 12 o'clock means, what 3 o'clock means, what 6 means, and what 9. So all the clocks, you would understand them better. So these again are contexts. So what I'm laying here is the fact that indigenous knowledge does not exist. It's not a course that you will do. And when you finish, you'll be like, we did Indigenous Knowledge 101. Ngoku, I'm an indigenous knowledger, if there's an English word called that. It's a lifetime learning. And in that lifetime learning, it's also going to evolve. And at different stages of your life, certain things will matter. If you're going to get married, the process of taking a wife doesn't matter when you're 10 years old. Like phone. But when you get to a certain stage, you're like, oh, now there's things I must speak to. Those malumes that you don't call and check how they're doing. Nining, now you're calling your mother to call the malumes because you want them to go negotiate for you. Have you seen that movie called Lobola? Lobola something on Netflix? Find time and watch it, it's hilarious. But it's some of the elements of it are built from truth of what is happening. It's just a guy who sells his services to be part of your Lobola negotiation team. You shouldn't get to that place that's so desperate that you need his services. Similarly, as a Makon steer or a potential Makon steer, you should know the things you ought to do. I saw there's on TikTok a lady called Lazy Makot. So she goes to the in-laws and she rocks up carrying a packet of noodles. She says, no, mom-in-law, I wanted to introduce you to noodles. They are very good. We're eating that tonight. So she was going to cook. So all of them, she's just hilarious. So she just depicts certain things about the way we've adopted systems of life and how we're now wanting to change them in such a way that they don't work for us. Now, the one item, as I mentioned before, with filtering, is that the program director spoke to language loss. I once had to do a presentation in the Eastern Cape to the municipal council that's there. And they refused me that I speak English. So I had to do the full presentation in Xhosa. And guess what was the presentation about? IT policies. Now, I knew, just in general, there are few African words on technology. So even if I ask you today, what's technology in Zulu or any of your home language? What's technology? Hello, madam.
Hello, ma'am.
What's technology?
I don't know, ma'am. I do not know, honestly.
In my own language, I think technology, because I'm a petty guy from Limpopo, I remember reading a passage from school where we were discussing other issues that relate to technology trends. Technology in Sepedi is they call it like mahoro or mahoro a tlotlo, tsa leago.
I'm laughing at you because you're struggling to even say it. And I'm saying it this is not a bad gesture. So I would move from there and say, what's a computer? I'd move from there and then say, what's bandwidth? What's data? Data. On smart tier alveer. Data. What is a cell phone? We used to call it, I've heard Bati, unomkukulwana, other than we're trying to find terms. Ipelas. But if you look at it, we have not even have the terminology. The academic people that do linguistics have not spent time creating words that align with. We're not even going to talk about protocol and talk about TCP/IP and talk about connectivity and talk about fiber. What's fiber? We stopped somewhere. We stopped somewhere. We're like, guys, cartel it in. English can carry on from here. How do we make that indigenous knowledge then align with technology when we don't even have the terms for it? Mozo yakugobela uthile uyochaza ukuthi hayi ubani uyangithakatha kwi-cellphone abuze manje yini i-cellphone. You need to want to, they could be difficult and us, but it for sure that he has a cell phone in. But we don't have African terms that define the world that we live in. And that for me sits in as a challenge. Have you noticed how much, and this is, I've still noticed in music, that songs that we used to sing that were not owned by anybody, you get one musician coining it and singing it, it almost becomes his or her song. Do African songs have copyrights? Who copyrights them? Whoever gets to Samro first.
Sorry, a copyright. I will give an instruction about copyright. As I also did IP management in the previous years. Immediate once you put something in black and white, it's copyrighted automatically. Or I will say once you transfer a intellectual property into a piece of paper or even on the floor, if you can protect it with whatever you have, it's a copyright. As long as you will be able to present in the court, that is yours.
And if we communicated by verbal, knowing that indigenous knowledge has been transferred from word of mouth. So what I'm highlighting here is that the structure of commercialization is built for the Western world. It's not built for indigenous knowledge, where we talk about communal rights. So if you're going to rock up and sing a Xhosa song that is sung by all Xhosa people and then want to claim that it's yours, there should be a king somewhere who'll say to you, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm the custodian of this community here. You didn't invent the song. There's proof that they sang it in that event. They sang it in that event and that event when you just went to studio. So you should not be having copyrights over something that you didn't create. At the moment, I've seen on the parliament and the various departments, we're trying to look at that, but it has not been made official. So right now, our culture is open for all to take. So the claim to the indigenous knowledge that we have is available for all to loot. If you look at, was it BMW or Mercedes-Benz who took the Ndebele BMW? Did they go to any king Yamandebele bafika babapata? Right now you should be having shares at BMW, Kosazan. Now for me, those are topics worth talking about from an indigenous point system to say, what of our catalog is being lost? What are we capturing? What are we copywriting? Because you can imagine now we could have just been stolen by BM. But once that AI chat box comes and it learns how to dance or how to sing a certain song, I don't know what it will do in the future. It will take it straight to China. Nining, ngapaya Bruce Lee is singing our song and then he copyrights it. And we can't stop him. He had it from AI and AI is global. So if we're to apply ourselves from just a thought process to say, which knowledge do we want shared? and that which we want shared, how then do we share it in such a way that the loser is not us? I spoke to that. Now, indigenous comes, we started off, I'll go back to Chairperson, we spoke about water, and we spoke about land afterwards. So as we moved from there, we stayed in this place. You can't speak indigenous and not talk about land. And I'm not trying to be political here to say bring back the land, as they usually say, but the land must be brought back. But beyond that, what we then do with the land, because here where the trick gets to be, graveyards become a problem. I had a bigger debate, Gogo, talking to someone about doing imisebenzi in an estate because it's a sectional title. To say, can I declare that kukwamufukeng lan or kukwajola la when there's actually a body corporate that co-owns this yard with me? Because most people, oh, what do you do a flat-in when you need to do mqomboti? So there's all of these dynamics of land that we need to talk to. Not because it's a political topic, but because it affects how you then define your indigenousness. Where are you indigenous? Have you heard people about say, "Utai ngihlala la eSoshanguve, abuze niphuma kuphi?" No, sila Arcadia, Sunnyside, niphuma kuphi? Once you just take me, and awuzelelwanga la eSunnyside. Awuzelelwanga, if nizelelwe uthi ubaba babe mina ngizelelwe la, but ekhaya sasiphuma eNquthu or siphuma koMoruleng. But you must be able to take your bit back so that we have a sense yokuthi before then they were coming from this. You are quoting lands and mountains. So it becomes important as well again that we talk to the land issue. And if you male, then we even talk to the crawl issue. And if you are gifted in anyhow, any type of a gift, you need to talk to your crawl. Bakhulume ngomsamo. All of those things have allocated to a location. You have to point it somewhere. And the location is in physical form. It has to be some type, whether it's a spaces ngaka or spaces ngaka, but it has to be some type of space. So when we talk again to indigenousness and systems, if it has no location, then it can't be identified. You spoke about family tree earlier on. A lot of us haven't spent time understanding our family tree. They do it about grade 1 and the smaller kids now. But it would be good if you can actually call that malume before they die, who's, hey, kanene, malume, that other, or uncle, or babomngane, or even your dad, get a bit of that. At least 3rd to 4th generation, you should have a feel of, or a sense of. If you can go up to 18, then you're doing pretty well. Because it's not just the generations that are there. And this is why now it gets to be important again for technology, is that surnames are inherited things of a colonial system. Can I make that statement? Surnames, it's your name, and then it's your claim name, and then you move further up the way. A lot of the people seem to have small families because they've stuck on the surname because they took the grandfather's name as a surname, and now they seemingly have a small family. It's not that small. If ungwakwamkhize, check bonga umkhize ubheka ngapha ya isithakazelo somkhize ngo Khabazela. You've got the whole family there. The interesting thing is that it goes all the way up north to the rest of Africa. I was doing advisory work for kings in the diaspora. And one of the debates we were having as part of how to deal with xenophobia in South Africa was to say people leave home, wherever that home was, home one, and they come to home two in South Africa. And when they arrive, they don't go and introduce themselves to a king and say, you know, if you've ever been to a village, you don't just rock up in a place, ungayanga komkhulu. You need to go and say, mina, I'm so and so. Uyafika ubuza ukuthi komkhulu kukuphi la? Bazothi yabona lapha ya. Go over there. And that's why half the time you'll rock up there. Either when you go and introduce yourself, they'll tell you, or you rock up with a bottle of something, just some gesture, fruit, juice, whatever it is you'd come along with. But what that does, if you've ever done anything like that, you get welcomed, and they'll ask you your clan name, and then immediately they'll find a relative for you before you even know. And immediately you're associated with people. And also you have a sense of safety, and it creates a sense of belonging. And therefore, you know, when your things don't go right, there is a social governance system in place. That is why then the social system worked effectively, because then you can take them there. If so-and-so steals your sheep, you can take them there. At the moment, one of the, and I'm choosing just this concept, and I don't want to open the topic of the xenophobic few concepts and talk around it. But if people introduce them, if you worked from one king to another king, you'd actually have a home in whatever place you move around. Because Omkhize are here in South Africa, Omkhize base Malawi, Omkhize base Zambia, Okhabazela would go all the way up to North Niger and all of those other countries. So you have relatives everywhere. That's the point I'm trying to make. And if we didn't move with the individualistic view, we would then be having a relative that you can associate immediately and not stand out and be seen to be an illegal person. This we could talk about for days. We probably would have just a masterclass on that. Okay, thanks. African herbs, I think today, even with Dagga being one of the bigger commodities, CBD now, CBD oil, and the amount of shipping of it that is happening out of the country, and how much then the South Africans do not benefit. We've always had weed, always had weed. Up until it moved into commercialization, there was nobody bothering us with it. And in fact, election before there was the stronger drugs, weed was the standard, and people lived with it. Now we want to vuma la yeah, stuff like. The Rastafarians have got the herb as part of standard culture living. But at the moment, the people that are actually commercializing it are neither of these people, indigenous people. 10 years from now, we will be pointing, well, in fact, already now, and I know I've sat with a few of the people who try to apply for the license to be able to plant and post-process. And the license is expensive. The requirements are ones that Black people can't afford. So those are deliberately made as gatekeeping to make sure that we are not in that industry. Commercialization of the things, and I'm just taking one herb. There's aloe on the other hand, there is impepo in England, sage. And also the context around it. If you are seen to be putting on impepo atagat, when white people take sage and they move around the room, it's called smudging. and you move down, there's people who are in, and also now you talk about the gut and what Black people easily digest. There's people who follow Dr. Sebi's nutrition, and the fact that we are actually not built to be eating certain things, but built to be eating others. And what works for our body, what the mucus that our body creates, CMOS, all of those other things. So what I'm saying again, I'm talking to things that we live with, because indigenous is actually, once you call system, it's a way of life. So for me, a simplification is way of life. What way of life works for us? I'm going to move past cultural identity. I'm sure time is not in my favor. I spoke about knowledge transmission, sharing, not having it written. How then do we manage that? How do you go back home and sit long enough for people to tell you? I think for me, one of my irritation words is busy. And we've actually glorified being busy. Have you noticed that? If you're not busy, can't do wrong now. We don't talk about stillness and glorify a person who's still, a person who's in harmony, a person who's peaceful, a person who's kind. But hey, busy. And that is seemingly a badge. You could be busy and not be productive, but that's a topic for another day. So these are some of the things we need to look at that take away the ability for us to learn. Food security. Who's still planting in their yard, a backyard? Show of hands. I like you people. Me too. We must be careful not to have our kids think that tomatoes grow with fruit and veg. Or kokoning. When we go and buy them, packet tomato and anyanis. Because we are also creating a community of kids that don't know that vegetables actually come from the ground. Well, relatively. We're gonna want to say there's green, what's the thing, aquaponics and things like that. Our kids want to eat meat, but they don't want to see when an animal is being slaughtered, which for me is a disjointedness. I had one of my cousins used to call mogodu the dirty meat. And I don't eat this dirty meat. And you could see she was almost in tears. Which is an indictment on how our kids see the world. Because her only view of it is that it's just a dirty meat. And we've always had food. The other part in food security that has created a problem, I'm coming back again to commercialization and in these systems that we have. Whenever you had excess potatoes, butternut, you'd give it to the neighbors. Because there's only so much madumbe you can eat before you actually give them to somebody else. Now, this was how the calendar of food was managed. Was he would be planting potatoes, she's planting butternut, she's planting onion. So you'd find that we've done 2 or 3 crops. But it means that if we can circulate food amongst each other, I have all the crops. Again, moving out of a communal system into an individualistic system has created this problem of food security, let alone the money issue. Because now food is equated to money. You must have money to eat. Whereas before, food was a given because it was provided by the soil. Because after that fruit is there, it brings its own seed. Potatoes, leave them long enough, they'll sprout again. It's coupe the root that you can plant back. Same thing with carrots, same thing with a whole lot of vegetables. Green pepper, the seed is inside. So if you bought the seed once, you should be having green pepper season in, season out. I'm sure I'm left with 5 minutes there. So I alluded to a lot of the systems that when you think about indigenous systems, for me, it's about the way of life. And it's also about what is our definition. As I said, switch on your filter, come out of being zombified, and actually ask the question, will this work for me? Is this, if I were to sit with my grandchildren and I'm 85 and they're asking me, Coco, why did you guys allow AI to do that and that for you? Then you have to say, no, it was because of this. We made this decision. We, for the longest of time, we have a consumerism mentality. We have a receiving mentality. So the next iPhone is coming out, we want the next one, we will queue, just get the next one. We won't bother making our own. So it's that switch that is needed at the moment. AI is giving us partly that opportunity to say, what do we want to give up? What do we want to hold? And if we are giving it up, what are the terms? And if we are not giving it up, so if the Sangoma says we don't want AI in our space, and they say that's it, we're putting our foot down, we will not AI this space, then that call needs to be made. We should not just be spectators. I'll allow 2 or 3 questions. I'm sure I'm done with time. Questions? Before I go to him, if just 1 second, is there anybody else? Because I know we've had I've given you the mic a few times. I just want to make sure that anybody else that had a burning question or a comment for that matter, need not be just a question. It's Nika just now.
Okay, I'm going to keep it very short. Ne? So I want to know, as an individual or a professional who's very knowledgeable about IKS, how do you stay safe? Because we know the Westerners, if they know that you have this knowledge, they come for you, for your life. So how do you stay safe, or how can we stay safe? Thank you.
I've heard you. Any other?
Thank you so much for the good presentation. I've learned so much about IKS. Perhaps my question is, how do we get this information? How do we collect it? Because the only way right now is to speak to elders, right? And some of them are not here. And some can only tell you what they know, what they can remember. A lot of the knowledge comes from theses, journals, and so on, and of which those were written by people that don't belong to our same cultures. So how do we really get the real truth and build from that?
I hear you. I hear you. Question received?
Earlier you spoke about us like Bantu people, ne? Not having to copyright their artwork or whatever things they own. But then how do you ensure that the Western people don't come and steal from us? Because we've seen it happen. Like I remember there was an instance where Louis Vuitton stole a concept of Basotho, right? But then again, you can't say an Arnold from England has to adhere to the communal laws that we black people adhere to, like when we go to our traditional kings, because their king is from England. But then again, if you really wanna protect your IP, we black people don't really do it, because you said that we are very communal in terms of like storytelling and so forth. So how can we really protect our own and also not gatekeep, because we borrow from each other cultures as black people?
Okay. Anybody who wants to make an attempt on the question? I'll answer the 3. I just want to, is it a question or last one?
Okay, thanks very much for this opportunity to share my knowledge as well. I want to know about invasive indigenous plants. How do we, as like the core inhabitants of these plants, how do we actually solve the invasive indigenous plants, where else they dominate or maybe disturb tourism adventures. Like how as like people who have met under like one roof to discuss like different like I would say intellectuals traditions. I'm talking about like invasive indigenous plants. How do we indigenous plants? How do we yes? How do we I will not talk about plants. Yes, I will not talk about like dealing like how do we actually end them down to for commercial purposes, which is tourism, the main issue. Thank you.
Right. There's a hand. Oh, you wanted to answer?
Yes.
Okay, help me. Help me.
Okay, I think maybe I'm preempting my speech, but when you talk of invasive indigenous plants and how the indigenous people are in intimate relationship with the environment, they've got a solution, and it goes again to the issue of IP. The challenge that we have is we are subordinating indigenous knowledge. We are thinking that we should be validated by another knowledge system. That is where the problem is. The nature of, we have got our own way of protecting intellectual property. The spirituality that she was talking about, we know who in our community can be given information for the benefit of the community, not the one who is going to sell out. But we are being told that for you to protect your intellectual property, tell us how exactly this thing works, disclose it to us, then we write it and we say we have kept it. But by doing so, they will just change something, just one word, they have taken it. So we are hoodwinked left, right, and center. Invest in indigenous plants. Some of them have got very good medicinal value. Go for, I think the innovation hub had led John Morris, who was using the invested indigenous species to come up with various herbal medicines. So here the community is benefiting, and there's sustainable reduction, not destruction, reduction of those plants for the benefit of the community. What we need to do first is be comfortable with who we are and let the other knowledge system benefit from us, not us thinking that we benefit from them. It can't be validated, but they are at par, if not advanced. Talk of laser guided whatever missiles, and talk of someone who can send lightning to a tree. Who is more advanced? But if we don't use it in appropriate context, it can be dangerous. If we use it in the proper context without being corrupted, it will be very beneficial.
Thank you, my brother. So there was you're reminding me of lightning now when you say we've been doing lightning. And I'm told Zulu is 25 rand. I'm not sure how true that is. Lightning. Send lightning to you and kill you on the spot. It's 25 rand. It's a joke. So we've been technologically advanced for a long time. There was a question asked on how do you protect yourself now that you know what you know? My answer is move into communal. You are safer in numbers than you are as a single individual. So one of the things it always, I'm saying communal, I haven't used the word tribe because it's got connotations, but you are always better in a tribe and however you define that tribe for you. So in a group setting, you have numbers, and in numbers, you have a level of protection. Also, when you work with documents, we've got this wanting to be discovered. It's okay not to be discovered and do what you need to do. Not everything needs to be tweet is an English word called tweeted. Tweeted or TikToked or YouTubed. Not everything, because what you're then doing is that, again, you're doing the individualism thing. You're doing the stand up and see me. They will see you, but not everybody that sees you has good intentions for you. So for me, it's always been better for me if I move, because there's always someone. I might be excited, but there's someone behind me to support me and watch. A soccer team works because the strikers strike and score goals because there's defenders. When the ball goes back, there's someone to cover them. So for me, in a tribe setup, belonging to a community, there are people that will die for you before they kill you. That's my first answer. Second question that I was asked was, how do we get this information in the absence of elders? How do we silana manje? We are here. I'm the oldest. I'm 32. The next uncle that's there is in other side of Standerton, and I can't get to him. He doesn't even have a phone. What do I do now? Again, sessions like this, they start a conversation. I'm a fan, Mina. When I walk in, I always ask, we need to see people. Can I make that statement? That when we walk in, we just start by greeting. And when you greet, by the way, don't do the township thing where you don't even look people in the eye. Because you need to see through their eyes and see the soul. Because in so doing, and then now I'm able to say, black people like being related. You black people like being related. They'll ask you, your mother, my grandmother who came from, and when you mention yourself and you mention your Tagazelo, you mention all of them. Don't just do your immediate. So I told you about my mother's here when I was introducing myself, and I told about my dad's. I told you about my grandmother and my grandfather. So you want to be comfortable and say, I am Ngumshana in this family. I am a granddaughter in that family. Somewhere in that lineage, out of those 8 people you're going to quote, one of them will be your relative. I promise you. So Mina, wherever I go, I'm quick to want to introduce myself and spend time with people. In this world of business and the world of not wanting to offend people, and we don't want to, it's not to look people when you talk to them. It's only when we're shouting at each other that we don't look at each other as black people. White people do that. But Tina, we connect. And even without talking, by virtue of proximity, Tina, black people, we sit close to each other. We don't do that space thing. If a room is stuffy, it's fine for us. It's warm. That's proximity. So what am I saying? If you get closer to people and not only say, my family tree only says I've only got one uncle. So if that uncle doesn't tell me, then that's the end. Find other uncles in here that are able to at least start shedding some light. You'll be amazed at how much institutional memory and how much indigenous knowledge is just in people all around. You asked a question on copyrights, I think. And it was partly answered. I don't know if you would want me to add on that. So you asked, what do we do if Queen Elizabeth, the late, what is it, Prince Harry now, Prince, whatever he is, these people come and take from us? I'm not sure how far I know when I did patent rights, you can have patent rights in country and you can also do patent globally in terms of intellectual property. Now, one of the things that would be good to do, and this is a conversation I have whenever I'm asked to advise kings and say to them, they need advisory committees that are going to assist them on things that have left them. It has left you. You need people who are specialists to come in and advise, because if the Batlokwa community which come from the Sotho want to register and say this blanket is actually our IP, it can rock up in Paris Fashion Week. It means that somewhere that king need to have listed the things that if we're saying Idugule, that's this way. This whatever I'm wearing now and the other thing is a Xhosa tradition. That Xhosa king ought to have had a committee that deals with IP and says these things are ours. We are just registering them. If they crop up anywhere, then they must know in the world they're ours. There's various tribunals that deal with intellectual property outside the country. Then you were talking about not having gatekeeping. You know, being African, we could have even worn a vendor type clothing today. So I think there's just a healthy ecosystem that is needed, but there's also a level of specialization in terms of advisors that need to help our kingdoms so that we do better. Because people then get exposed, and you made a good example in terms of saying some of these things, they crop up elsewhere, and jiggy, we have no leg to stand on. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Me Siphokazi Simandla, Gogo Nomvula, Sithokozile re lebogile. I think as most of us in the audience, we have appreciated the wisdom she has shared. Re ithutile thata ka wisdom le knowledge, and even the teachings she has provided. In the interest of time, I would like for us to move to the second speaker to cover masterclass, to cover discussions with regards to the role of artificial intelligence. We will be joined by Mr. Craig Jimu from J&K Designs. Mr. Jimu, as part of us as the A4R, he's the facilitator for the ICT system developments training that we're providing as an organization. Thank you. Welcome, Dad.
Revolutionaries die.
So how then do we expect AI to have an understanding of what we are saying? South Africa has 11 official languages, right? But how many languages are in South Africa? Because there are others that are not official. So how then do we expect AI to understand if we are not feeding it the right information? If we are not telling it, like, this is wrong, Zulu, this is right. We need to feed that information. Remember, I mentioned big data. That information needs to be fed into the system, and that system will then adopt and then give the right answers. Lastly, we are going to have what you call inequality as a challenge or a risk with technology. Why that? The inequality is not based on gender, by the way. The inequality is based on access to resources. If I don't have access to a computer right now, I'm literally backwards. If you have access to a machine, you're actually advanced. So by saying that, I want us to be people that are more proactive in spreading technology. Teach someone how to use a phone. I believe we all have relatives whereby they'll be like, please put airtime for me in my phone. Teach them. I've got a grandmother. I think she's around almost 90 now, but she's there on WhatsApp. Yeah, she sends voice notes, by the way. She doesn't type. But you teach her, right? You are using that very same technology, but for the right purpose. Having said that, with opportunities and solutions, upskilling, policy regulation, and collaboration start occurring. You have heard of artists that have never met physically, but they've got a song together. It's collaboration. You've got upskilling. To date, you can learn so many tasks, so many things virtually. Many people will be doing 3-4 courses at the very same time. Are you attending the 4 schools at the very same time? No, you are virtually there. You've got a course in management, you've got a course in projects this, you've got a course in IT, you've got a course in health this. You are all doing them from 4 different schools. It's technology, right? It's an opportunity that comes with the automation of AI. And for studies, one key thing that is feared by people is what they don't understand. And one of the key things that we don't understand is the newer types of professions that are coming around with technology. We've got coding, right? By the way, coding didn't start today. But by then, it was accessed by only a few people. Today, it's almost accessed by anyone. And one of the biggest libraries that we have is YouTube. Now, we've got drones. You no longer need to be a pilot who goes to an aviation school and sit inside a plane for you to fly it. You can literally fly a drone from your phone. We've got graphics and animation, cartoons, and we've got gaming. If we tell our parents, or if I told my mom that I wanted to be a gamer 10 years ago, yeah, I would get a beating for that. But to date, it's a profession that someone can jump into and pursue. Having said that, I want us to have the notion that the 4IR, despite how bad it might seem, despite how bad it might look, it's not so bad. It's a matter of how do we understand it. It's a matter of where are we learning it from. It's a matter of the purpose that we are going to be using it for. If we can do that, then trust me, I believe both IKS and AI can work hand in hand. Because the biggest concerns are mainly ethical issues, which can be addressed provided that all of us are involved in the very same situation. If we all take part in either feeding information to a specified system that is going to do a specified task, then I believe we are going to be able to tell it that no, when you're saying this in this language, it means this. Like what was mentioned, kulula, right? There's kulula of undress and there's kulula of what? Of easy. So are we going to teach our chat GPT or are we going to teach our AI, are we going to teach our AI that if someone says it with this accent, they are saying this or not? If we don't, then chances are high we're always going to have a battle. But if we do, then it means that we are going to have a better future with AI. Thank you so much.
For your presentation and discussions in artificial intelligence. I think most of the audience have been learned, knowing the different types of technologies that we are accustomed to today. Just also as a note, we are also live online on our various social media platforms. We are live on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Then would please kekope our attendees to also post on our social media platforms, also using the hashtags. We have hashtag AB4IR, hashtag Heritage Reimagined Forum, and hashtag Heritage Month in celebration of the Heritage Month. And we have a little surprise for one of our audience that has posted and received the most likes. We will announce it towards the end of the event. So looking forward to see those posts as we also share with other people through social media platforms so that they are part of this blessed event that we have hosted. There's a bit of changes with the program. We have had delays and we started a bit late. So I would request that we change the program instead of us having a short break, because according to the program, we were supposed to have a short break, which was to be followed by a panel discussion. So it would be appreciated for us to have lunch since it's also lunchtime. And after our lunch, then we can then come back and then we proceed with panel discussions. So the time it's 13:17. Just a plea if we could have a 30 minutes break, and then we'll have a 30 minutes lunch break. We will then come back at 10 to 2 o'clock. We have prepared lunch. It's situated there. There's the beautiful ladies whom will be assisting you. I would appreciate for us to use an order for when going and dishing out. There will be ushers to direct our guests. We will start with this table of speakers and then the second table will then follow. And then the ushers will then direct you to, for you to get lunch. Thank you once more. Let's have lunch. Let's also use this period, not only enjoying the delicious food, but also use it as a networking platform. if there's any questions or clarity you would require from our speakers or anyone, please feel free to do that. This is one of those platforms that you can utilize. Thank you. My guests. For the online audiences, please do post it on the various online platforms so that we are able to share it with the speakers and you are able to receive feedback. I will then hand over this session to our facilitator, whom will go through this panel discussion to direct the order of the day. I'm going to just briefly introduce our facilitator. He goes by the name of Ndate Tabang Chabalala. Ndate Tabang Chabalala is a director and founder of Youth Minds Community Development. The company has been in operational since 2014. Mr. Chabalala is a passionate digital education mentor and an indigenous knowledge holder. With a heart of traveling and deep connection, Tabang embraces the beauty of the world, his exploration about spirituality, consciousness, technology, which drives him to seek understanding beyond the ordinary. Let's please welcome Mr. Tabang Chabalala. You need another.
Is this on? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
I was saying there was a dry clap, guys. Yeah. All right. Okay. It's time for our panel discussion now. Ne? So, who has attended the panel discussion before in here? Just by a show of a hand. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please raise your hand. Okay, only 4 people can hear my voice. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please raise your hand. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please clap once. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please clap twice. Okay, so it means we are clear now. So, do we have anyone online who can hear the sound of my voice? Because it seems like we had some technical issues. Our online participants couldn't hear us. So, can we confirm that online people can hear us, please, before we start? Are we okay, Ben? All right, sure, we are good to go. So, the first speaker that I'm gonna call on the panel is Mr. Craig Jimu. And I'm doing this because he spoke about a lot when it comes to AI. And he mentioned that he has no idea or he has little information when it comes to IKS. So the reason why I'm starting with him is because I want to put the spotlight on him because he's always here. He's always here, and I can almost think of him saying, guys, you are making noise or you'll get out of my class right now. So Mr. Jimu, I'm putting the spotlight on you, my good sir. All right, so we all know Mr. Jimu. Now we go deep. Someone that I don't think you know. She's a traditional healer. She specializes in bone reading. She specializes in herbs. She's a govela. So the process of ipehlo, ukutwasa, what happens when you go in and when you out? This gogo is gogo dikeledi letsholo. And again, the third speaker, my Shona is not so good. Please forgive me for being abusive with my language. If I mispronounce this surname, forgive me. Dr. Shamunoa. Can you please help that, my good sister? Please fix it now before we start anything.
Chamunorwa.
Chamunorwa. So guys, if I get that, please remind me, yeah? Sure. someone told me that honesty saves people's time. So the reason why I'm being honest that I can pronounce the surname, I want to save time, right? Okay, so we have 3 speakers so far. Who else do we need here? We have Mr. Shamunolo, we have Mr. Craig. Okay. Now, we are going to go to Mr. Tebogo Lebalo. So Mr. Tebogo Lebalo is all about arts and crafts. He's all about turning waste into something valuable. So anything that you feel like is rubbish to you is very, 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 very valuable to him. He can turn what you see as trash into something very valuable. Let's welcome Mr. Tebogo Lebalo on the stage. And last but not least, we have someone called Promise Tepiso Chauke. So she's replacing a guest that didn't make it today. So she's here to say, I'm here to take the fire. They spoke about the virtual fire that is here that you cannot see. So this virtual fire that is here, that virtual fire here is Miss Promise Tepiso Lebalo. We are throwing her in the deep end. We are saying this is boiling water and you need to jump in. So we are putting the spotlight on her. I'm just joking. So let's welcome Promise Tepiso Chow from Ngwenyama. Okay, so it's Ngwenyama Mhlope Practices. I hope I pronounced that right, Miss Promise. All right, thanks. So, do we all have mics on? Let me, I wanna relax. I'm doing this in consultation now. Shota ngamatambo manje. Amsheni. Minjani? Hayi phokile. Ikhomani lo yin'wana wa Hasani wa phakati. Wa May. Wa xipapa wa Hombela wa Malangadzi wa Matsviriki wa Ntsangu wa kulala. Wa Rimani. Wa Khuruburi hloko wa Visona Tinyanyani. Wa xihlahla madenya xo kala wo xi lawula. Vahlapi va xin'widzi I mbombi loyi emixengu tonga la mavhosi chavalala. Havo mama ke mokoni mailani tlhatlhagana. Mana emtintinyane nonyane ya magoshi. Tsobagolo ke thabang. This is our first panel discussion. So, I'm going to start with Mr. Craig. Please reintroduce yourself, my good sir. Tell us a bit about yourself because you jumped straight into AI. Who is Mr. Craig?
Good afternoon. So, Craig is, they call me Mr. Craig, but initially, I'm a guy from Zimbabwe, as I mentioned earlier on. I've been in IT for at least about 10 years. And to date, I can say it's been at least 5 years since I met and started focusing more on AI, game development, and programming at large. So outside of my life, which is outside of work, yeah, I love nature. That's the most important thing. It helps me relax, it helps me calm down. But when I'm not there in nature, it's back to work. It's either it's AI, either it's game development, either it's programming or anything that has to do with technology. Yeah, thank you.
Hello? So, Mr. Jimu, you said something about the love of nature. I love nature. I love connecting with nature. So, I have a question for you, my good sir. Are you ready?
Bring it on.
Sure. So the question is, and I hope everyone is ready to hear the question. And if you have if you have an answer for this, please help Mr. Craig, or Mr. Craig will help you because this is a panel discussion. This is a discussion. This is not a debate, guys. There's no wrong answer. Whatever input that you have, we need that, right? Sure. So, Mr. Craig, here is your question. Your question. How do you see the role of indigenous knowledge in shaping the future of AI solutions, especially in areas like environmental sustainability?
That's a very interesting question. Now, that question is quite broad, and One of the reasons why I am saying it's broad is because we have to understand indigenous systems, right? But we also have to understand AI. When I had the presentation earlier, I just mentioned AI, but we did not really dwell or dive into exactly when we're saying AI, what are we saying? Because AI is not just ChatGPT. But if it is not just ChatGPT, what exactly then is AI? AI is an automated system, right? That is given information for it to what? To process. Now, information has got no specified source to say it only has to be coming from this specified person for it to be valid. We can rely on the indigenous system to provide information to help predict the future. For example, I believe our elders, they know before it rains. I believe they know before even the type of rain that occurs. They will tell you, no, with the way the clouds and the wind has been moving, this is going to happen. And if we can feed that information into a system, I believe it will also help even others that are further. Because the problem that we have had now is not that indigenous systems are invalid, but we're getting the knowledge or the information from fewer sources around us. So if we have fewer sources, we now need to utilize the amount of technology that we have to spread it around. Now, one of the other key things that we need to also understand is we need to be having an indigenous system and an AI system based per region. Because I cannot use an American system to base technology or knowledge of an African continent or Southern Africa. Now, take a look at an example of South Africa at large. South Africa is a very beautiful country, but it has almost 3 climates. So can we use the same AI predictive tool with the same one data to predict the weather of everywhere? I believe the answer is no. So if we can maybe for once just say, we've got an AI model that is given information by people that are knowledgeable in maybe predicting the weather, not knowledgeable in terms of they went to school and studied weather, but from our elders that are, say, let's say Gauteng and maybe Limpopo. They'll be able to predict the weather in Gauteng and Limpopo. The very same thing can happen for people that are in KZN. The very same thing can happen for people inside Cape Town or Western Cape area. So if we are going to acknowledge that we're coming from different aspects of the world, we can then utilize the knowledge via AI to help spread the message. And this will now lead us into making proper predictions based per region, thereby pretty much having a better climatic change. Today we are crying about global warming, right? But we are using global warming based on one aspect or one input field. Can we use input fields from all other aspects of the world? And I believe if IKS would also be willingly open up to give us more knowledge in what they are saying, then that would be better. Thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. So that was deep, Mr. Craig. That was deep. Okay. So can I please put you on another spotlight? I have a lot of spotlights for you, my guy. So can I put you on one last spotlight?
All right,
Can you
sir.
please, just in less than a minute, tell us what's climate change in Shoshona? Because you said you are from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and can you please tell us what climate change is?
To be honest, I don't know the Shona word. As I said, I'm African.
Sure, sure. All right. Okay, so I learned Shoshona like 5 minutes ago. Now, I learned that for me to greet you as a Shona person, I have to say, Moroi Shamwari. You understand? So I don't know how you respond to that, but that's a topic for basically saying is that the conversation that I just started now has to do with environmental issues, right? And these environmental issues, obviously, I know that you said you are not too much into IKS. We are into AI. I almost said IA, which is intelligent automation. I don't know why that is busy in my head. But now that you want to automate this whole gathering, I need you to think about something right now that has to do with environmental issues, my good sir, especially when it comes to anything ethical. And this would now take us to the next speaker. You are not going to say anything right now, but whatever they're going to say, I'm sure you're going to have an answer for that. Remember, I said you are in this into a consultation. So something is telling me that Mr. Craig is going to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. But that's a topic for another day. So, Mr. Craig, while we are on the environmental issues and ethical issues, my good sir, I want to introduce a very, 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 very good speaker, which I'm going to refer as a traditional doctor right now. And her name is Miss Dikeledi. I have a same question. Yes, this one sounds a little bit louder. So, Mr. Craig, we were talking about Gogo Dikeledi. She has mentioned to me that she's a traditional doctor. Obviously, she's experiencing a lot of issues when it comes to ethical challenges and risks and all that. You mentioned that when we were when you were talking about blockchain, Internet of Things, and. So she's a traditional doctor right now. I have the same question that I asked you about environmental issues. Gogo Dikeledi.
Dumelang, Thobela, Khotso, Thokozane. My name is Lady Litsulo, born and bred in Mabopane, Pretoria. I'm a traditional healer. I'm a spiritual capacity developer. I'm a bishop. Yeah, everything that has to do with spirituality. And thank you for having me.
All right. So, Gogo Dikeledi said something about spirituality, a traditional healer. Like I told you that she's a traditional doctor, right? So, Gogo Dikeledi, can you please just mention one challenge that you experience as a traditional healer, and let's see how AI can assist us in that. But Mr. Craig is not going to answer that for now because I know he's still processing everything. He's a technical man. I know he's all about algorithms and that. But I'm gonna whatever challenge that you're gonna mention now, I'm gonna pose it to our next speaker, and I feel like they're going to add their influence on that. So please just mention one challenge that you experience as a traditional healer, as a Gobela and as a bone reader, or anything that you feel like is important right now to share with the audience. And I know the camera is watching now. I know that camera is watching now. Everyone is ready for you because you are all, you are ready. You look ready. You look ready.
Okay, yes, I think I forgot to mention the red part. I'm also a member of the Traditional Healers Organization, which is an organization that has about more than 14 years. It comes from Swaziland. What it does, it makes sure that us as healers, whether initiated or not, we actually practice accordingly, and it also protects our patients also. So sorry about that, forgetting to mention that. So going back to the question that you asked me, the challenges that we face as spiritual people, I'm not going to speak as a Gobela. Is sociology, it's one of the main things that I think AI needs to look into. Because in sociology, for me, there's about 3 stages. The first one, the primary socialization, whereas you start school. Then the secondary one where you're finishing school, and then there's a tertiary one where now you're finding yourself, what do I want to do? And when you asking where you're going in life, obviously you're going to be asking yourself, where do I come from? And it is a challenge now, and it goes back to the input that is in AI or any technology. Ubuntu now is Zulu. And you're trying to get information from for your heritage. And when you go online, I remember when I was starting on my journey, because I grew up in a very religious background, it was not easy for me to tell my parents that I want to have a consultation. So I had to go and Google search. And when I checked the Zulu and the Pedi, all the information that I got was from a white lady. And it was not easy for me to actually believe it, that how can a white lady know so much about my Pedi heritage. Hence, I'm saying that we also need to look into the language it's a bit of a problem because I feel that it's accommodating a certain society than us, because we grew up with Obumkulu and Mkulu. You know, in the olden days, it was all about Afrikaans, and now they're trying to explain something to you in Ndebele, and you can't search it in Ndebele. So I'm saying that that is the challenge that we're getting, because you know, you want to know what is your background. And our parents, the first, the second, the third generation, they were more into this westernization. They don't have much information, or they're depriving us of this information. So the only way you can go is to Google. Ugogo Dikeledi is Tswana. If you are Zulu or Yundebele, how am I going to know about your heritage? So that is the challenge that we have as Abogogo, as spiritual people, because you have a certain limited information, and beyond that, it has to come from someone in your lineage. So that is my challenge. Thank you.
Okay, all right. That was deep. Again, like Mr. Craig. So you said a lot about environmental issues, medicinal plants, and which then directs me to my next speaker, because she's into medicinal plants. She understands that. And I'm saying she on purpose because you and her are the only she on this platform. So I'm specific when it comes to my pronouns. That's why I said Mr. Craig, da 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 da. So, ma'am, this is your time. You heard what she said, right?
Yes.
This is a discussion. So, in your view, how important is it for indigenous knowledge communities, in bracket healers, pardon me, like yourself and myself included? How important is it for indigenous knowledge communities in protecting the environment, for securing herbal and medicinal plants for poor communities? And before you answer this, I want you to think about the communities that we live in right now. I want you to think about the people who come to you for consultations and give you their problems based on what she said and based on what you are thinking right now, because I know there's a lot happening, because there's a plethora of information in this room. Please feel free to divert, to indulge in this communication, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Let me help you with that. Speak.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Promise Tepiso. Promise Tepiso. I am a traditional healer. Thank you. I am a traditional healer, and I'm also wearing two hats today. I also am a communications and PR officer for AB4IR, and in my personal capacity also, to answer your question, I think as traditional healers, we are very fortunate to have organizations such as the THO. Because when it comes to medicine, we have elders who in this day and age cannot go and dig up herbs for themselves. So they'd rather opt for going to muti markets. We call them muti markets, where herbs are sold. So in order to preserve and protect the nature, I think we need to conserve our medicinal plants by planting it ourselves in our yards, or if we would have a land given to us, or so that we can, as traditional healers, have a place where we are able to plant and also take care and protect our and conserve the plants, so that it is available for everybody. And also we are facing a challenge of places where they are protected now. It's a space that is owned by someone, and you find that there's medicinal plants that are able to heal and help people, but we cannot be able to reach those herbs. So
the plea to the government as traditional healers, we always ask them that if they could be able to help us provide traditional healers with seeds so that we can start planting our own herbs so that we can be able to take care of them. And in the long run, the herbs are protected. We know when is the time to plant, when is the time to use the herbs in a good way. Thank you.
And of course, that has to do with climate change. It has to do with the type of soil that is on that land.
Correct.
It has to do with the type of people that live on that land.
Correct.
If they are ignorant people, then they won't
They won't be able to take care of it.
Sure. So, which then takes us back to what Mr. Craig was saying. We need algorithms that will help us in data preservation. We need algorithms that will help us in keeping this information safe. We need algorithms that will help us in communicating with these herbal stores that sell medicinal plants that have medicinal healing properties. Let's say, for example, I don't want to mention names, but I go to a herbalist that sells a herb called Umsuzwane. I want to ask this traditional healer, our very amazing CEO said something about flying. So I just want to bring her into the conversation. She said something about flying. I don't want to waste time. So perhaps this could be the time for her to get some knowledge as to which medicinal plant exactly can help us. Ukuthi nathi sindize, siye America, siyobatshela ukuthi sifuna imali bafethu. Yangizwa ne? So like I want to know from our guest here who's a specialist. He will tell us what he specializes in. But I feel like based on his creativity and his understanding of what's happening in the IKS and in the AI space, he has solutions for you because he specializes in a lot of things. And that is Dr. Shamuno. Can someone help me with pronouncing the surname, guys, please? Shamunorwa. That's the first name. What's the surname, Mr. Sen? Please reintroduce yourself, my good sir, and let everyone know who you are. I don't want to sabotage your presentation. I want you to feel free and explain yourself as you want to.
Okay. Thank you. So let me make a disclaimer. Yes. So my views, my introduction are my personal views. They don't represent the views of the organization that I'm consulting with. I'm consulting with African Development Bank, but I'm going to share the knowledge that I amassed during growth from my community and all that, but it doesn't represent the view of the bank. So I'm Chamnorwa Togo, and I deliberately made it as a specialist without saying the field. You can Google me, you'll find me in microbiology, nanotechnology, in biochemistry, in chemistry, in indigenous knowledge, all that I've traversed that area. But I'm more interested in the indigenous knowledge systems because now with my scientific, like the so-called science background, the Western science, combined with what my indigenous upbringing and all that has led me to this. So I think from what you are saying and what I've listened to all others, the best, first of all, we need to lay the base clear. We cannot validate indigenous knowledge by Western knowledge. It's a system on its own that is fully mature, that needs to be understood so that we'll be able to take it to integrate the 4IR into it because it learns a lot from such. So that's part of it. And then the issue around the socialization or sociology that you were talking about, it all goes down again to the equality. Just go into a primary school book, look at an image of a traditional healer, and look at an image of someone from another religion, and see how they are depicted. that starts to mark the colonization of the education system, because you are conditioned to drop what you know, what is in your DNA, and adopt something that you still need to learn that you don't understand, and it creates confusion within yourself. Then you are nowhere, you are floating, as my sister was saying. The same again goes to the issue of honor. When we talk of honor, our communities, they look for, like, they look at development of us as communities and benefit as a community. Now, when they realize, as our sister indicated, that we know there is a sort of a Wi-Fi, that spiritual Wi-Fi. We know, when they look at you, they know who you are and what you can do. When they sense that the knowledge that is supposed to benefit the community is about to be sold out, so that my community will never benefit from it, because of their honor, they will not tell you, they keep it to themselves. Then we start to cry that we are not being informed. But if we are honest and we want to use it for community benefit, we will always know. So the question should be now, do we have the capability to sit down with our elders and get information honestly, so that we can use it in honesty? And the last thing I may want to comment is, as Mr. Craig indicated, sometimes we are afraid of what we don't know. The fact that we don't know how someone can fly in a winnowing basket from Malawi to South Africa does not mean that does not exist, and does not mean that is nonsense. So don't be afraid of what you don't know. Seek the knowledge, and don't think that what you don't know is wrong. Don't try and validate your medicines using another method, but ask how they work, and then add more to that. Then we can be at another level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So without wasting any time, we are going to jump to our last speaker, and his question is based on: what is your opinion on AI supporting the documentation and preservation of indigenous languages and oral histories in a way that benefits future generations? Please introduce yourself and answer the question.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Tebogo Mokadi Leballo. I'm a founder of Bantis Craft and Craft and CEO of it. Before I answer you, I just wanna go back to my background, just a little bit. I'm a crafter, I'm an author, I'm a skill developer, I'm a motivator, and I'm also in administration for Basia Traditional Authority. Basically what I do, or what I've started from, before I can answer, maybe I'll answer you along the way, is that I'll go to dumping, collect whatever the waste material it is, craft whatever it is in my image, which I believe is not my image, it's the inner voice which is speaking to me spiritually in any way, and then craft whatever that I've crafted, then give it an explanation in the form of a poem. That means it's traditional healing on its own. Then I take those things, I put it into a book, and those books, I use it to motivate the students at the schools. I go around schools. I've got a partnership with Department of Education. I target those children we called bullies, illiterate, whatever the case that we may call it, the naughty ones, because there is a skill within that naughty ones there is an inner voice within that naughty ones. I just give them some homeworks, what to do with whatever the images that they think it's bothering them, which gives solution to one or two problems in the community. First one is the Nyaupes. I think they are frustrated. It's somebody who's trying to run away from himself. And then if you take such a person and make him to take out that images or those inner voices and put it into a creation, which is art or craft, then you'll be solving a cultural ways, because the inner voice is the ancestors which they rule us. Then those ancestors, they giving us answers that we are seeking. For example, we don't know where we come from. I just call myself an African. I cannot say I'm a South African because I'm trying to trace my roots from backwards. But I know it will lead me into Africa along the way. So all those things, I believe is spiritually in that way. So to answer your question is that whatever that I do, I take those creations and use it to uplift or to take art and culture and into a new world of digital. For example, I'm partnering with A4IR. They use my work to turn it into cartoons. Those cartoons still is good for ECD children, is good for anybody, any age, because it's a storytelling on its own. I don't know if maybe I've answered you.
No, you've answered me, my good sir. You've answered me. And speaking of an inner voice, again, this is a consultation. A voice is telling me that there's a question here. So please, if there's a question on the audience, please raise your hand and we'll gladly give you the mic so that you can ask our awesome panelists here a question so that we can all leave with a clear answer. All we want here is a clarity. Please, can we have a mic? Okay. All right, sure.
My question, hello, oh, sorry. Hello, everybody. My question is to Gogodi Keledi.
Can you speak up, please?
Okay, my question is to Gogodi Keledi. In a rapidly evolving world driven by technology, how can we preserve indigenous knowledge while also ensuring effective dissemination of information, considering diverse tribes and communication barriers? Thank you.
They didn't hear you, my good lady. Please repeat your question and please stand up. We didn't hear you. I also didn't hear you, to be honest.
Am I audible now? Okay. In a rapidly evolving world driven by technology, how can we preserve indigenous knowledge while also ensuring effective dissemination information, considering the diverse tribes and communication barriers?
All right. If I understand her correctly, sharing of information. Working? Can you hear me? But I think I'm naturally loud. Okay, thank you. All right. Your question, sharing of information coming from different tribes regarding today's technology. I think our challenge is getting access to all that IT tools and especially platforms like this. Not everyone, especially in the rural areas, have access to such things. So, and another thing is that, speaking of sociology is, soon as you get out of Mabopane and you go to Joburg, after your tertiary and you make it, it's only a few percentage that actually comes back home, you know, to actually so even the sharing of information from where they come from is also very important for environmentally go another glitch is that the problem is that dealing with old people or wise people, everything is sacred. it's sacred, don't share it with other people. So it becomes one of the challenges, even when you go through your spiritual journey. It's like everything is sacred. You're not supposed to share it with other people. Hence, most of us as traditional healers, we're quite surprised with all the TikTok healers that we see. How can you actually expose such a thing? How can you actually expose your bedroom, to other people, reality shows? So it's not easy to actually reveal it out there, because as an African, we are taught that there are some things that are sacred, there are some things that are not. I hope I've answered your question correctly. Thank you.
Are you answered, ma'am? Do we have any question? Okay, so Mr. Togo wants to add something here.
So I think what we need to understand is also responsible sharing. In those that do law, they talk of what they call trade secrets. And when we talk of sacredness, we are talking of trade secrets. And we know that indigenous knowledge has been misappropriated. And not everyone who wants to hear what they do has got a good intention. So because there is a multitude of those that do not have a good intention, they end up saying they are stinged with information and demonize everything. So I think what would need to happen is also, as a community, we need to understand the basis of those practices and respect the boundaries of the information sharing and allow that trade secret, because there are some recipes that you would not even know up to today of some of the restaurants because of those trade secrets, but we never demonize them. So let's just make sure that our AI, IT help in spreading that aspect of respecting the trade secrets around that practice. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is David, and I am having a question posed to the Abantu Luisa craft and waste company, waste recycling company. My question is that in terms of what I have gathered from, or in regarding the information that I've gathered in your speech, sir, what are the aims of this recycling waste recycling company to actually uplift other people's lives who are closer to you? Not using AI, but indigenous, I would say indigenous systems.
Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that life is energy on itself. Anything that is dead, that is the beginning of life, in a simple form. I don't know if maybe you guys believe that. Biblically or religiously or heavenly, you must die first before you live. So anything that you throw away, to me, it's alive. I'm reincarnating. I'm showing that the first creator of everything is a crafter himself. He crafted a man. A man is a mechanic, an unusual mechanic. So whatever that a man creates or recreate, it's from the image of him. So in recreating whatever that I'm creating, I'm giving back, I'm paying back to life. There is no free ride. There is no free accommodation. We all pay something on this earth. So I'm paying back whatever that I'm owing to the land that I'm living in. Thank you. Did I answer you?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kahisora Hube from